Okay. Here we are now. Entertain us. Okay, everybody. Look at this. In about, I'd say by, October, we should cross 50,000 subscribers, which is kind of blows my mind. And maybe by the end of the year, we'll cross over 4 million views. That's getting pretty crazy. Okay, let's do this. Those levels look right. Jacobus in the chat there. Sharius, hello. I followed your course for a few days, but quit because of exams or infection. I'm lazy, but you teach very good. Thank you so much. Well, I hope you're feeling a little bit better. I myself have got a little bit of some congestion. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again, today we're going to attempt to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists of all time. Today we're going to be looking at this painting by Elizabeth Peyton entitled Zoe's Kurt from 1995. It's a portrait of the musician, the frontman of the band Nirvana, Kurt Cobain, and ever since this painting I first saw this painting, I've loved this painting. Ever since I first saw Elizabeth Peyton's work and then later met her, I've just been an absolute die-hard fan. And we'll talk about, some people are not a big fan of her work for various different reasons. The easy thing to say would be, my kid could do that. So if you've got a little kid and you want to see them recreate this painting, then certainly invite them to paint along with us today, and we'll see how well they actually do. Okay, so here's the artwork that we're going to be doing here. You're going to see that it's not too much larger than the 11 or 9 by 12 sized canvas that I like to use for all of these episodes. So the original is, just a little bit bigger here than this. And that's very typical of a lot of her work. So let's jump into things here. As I said, I might have a little bit of a cold here. We'll see how much talking I can do. So in a few moments, we're going to talk about how difficult today's painting is. Is this something you're going to want to attempt to do alongside me here? We'll talk about materials required, and then we'll do the image transfer. I'll show you how to get the image onto the canvas very quickly. Now, we are going to do an episode focusing on Elizabeth Peyton's drawings. So if you want, you can watch that episode and then learn how to draw this image and skip, or not skip this step, do this step as a drawing as opposed to using the image transfer method. I'm going to talk about staining the canvas with some color. We'll talk about Elizabeth Peyton's biography, as well as specifically what makes today's painting so important and unique and beloved by me and other people. And then we're going to get down to business. Probably about an hour from now, we'll be doing the... Do we do an underpainting? I don't know. We'll think about that. We'll have that discussion. I'll have it rattling in the back of my mind. And then we're going to go background, foreground. There are some kind of drips and things that are taking place in this painting, and I've been thinking about it, but I'm not exactly even sure how we're going to do that either. So there's going to be a lot of kind of play in today's episode. And I got to pick my daughter up from school in 4.5 hours. So we've got to be done here in 4.5 hours. Usually, all these Thursday mornings, I'm literally running out the house to get there. It would be nice if I could just walk instead of run. Okay, just before we move on here, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. so you know when these future episodes are taking place. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can scan this QR code here or enter in this PayPal address. And when you do so, it will take you to this page where you can safely and securely donate to support the channel. As you know, I'm not sponsored or paid by anybody. I don't get any free supplies. I don't get any free trips to exotic locations to do this. This is pretty much a something I do for the pure love of it and to help encourage people to pursue more creative things as opposed to destructive things that seem to be going on in the world these days. Otherwise, other ways you can donate to support the channel would be send an e-transfer via the email or send a check in the mail. If you want to contact me via email or a mailing address, just go to the Facebook group, which I'll talk about here in a moment, or to my website. Those links are down below. I don't put them on the screen here because I'm just bombarded with spam from Russian trolls because of my stance on the Ukraine war. So I unfortunately have to make people do that extra little step. So I do appreciate those of you who do that extra little bit of work to support the channel. Speaking of the Facebook group, there is a group of 1,700 almost 1,800 people around the world who might be just like yourself, just starting out as a painter, as an artist, as a drawer, and I encourage you to join the group and upload whatever you've created today to the group once about every 6 weeks. I go through everything on the Facebook group and give people free advice on how to improve their drawings, their paintings. Again, whether it's you're painting Elizabeth Peyton's painting we did today or we're about to do, or it's another painting by Elizabeth Peyton, or a previous painting episode, or even the previous drawing series that I did, which is the most popular thing I've ever done in my life. There are millions of people have done that drawing course. It's all free here on YouTube, and I still give people free advice on how to improve their work. So I encourage you to join that as well. Okay, well, look at all the comments here. I'll get to that in a second. So the first thing I just want to talk about here is the scale of difficulty. How difficult is today's painting? So here's our scale: beginner, novice, intermediate, advanced, expert. Let's work our way backwards. Expert is someone like Elizabeth Peyton herself. That is kind of what maybe everyone aspires to do, is to get as good as Elizabeth Peyton, to be able to express yourself effortlessly. You've kind of absorbed all of the training and skills and knowledge that you need to make to say what you want to say, to paint what's in your head. Not many people reach the top of this mountain. The next level down is advanced artists that are at this point making their own artwork. They've got an idea of what they want to create and they're painting it. It might not be exactly what they're doing, but they're now kind of on that road towards achieving expert master status. Below that, we would have intermediate artists. And intermediate could be a very wide range of abilities. It could be someone who's been painting for a few months or 20 years. It's really hot in here, and I got my patio door open behind me here. Hopefully it's not too loud. So intermediate is someone who's been painting with me for a little while, has done all of the basic exercises, understands what I'm talking about when I talk about color temperature and warm colors, cool colors, etc. Has used glazing fluid, understands all of these basic techniques that we cover in the class. I think if you're an intermediate, advanced, or certainly a master expert level, I think you should have no problem doing today's painting. However, I'm going to put today's painting in the novice category, or at least I'm going to try to make it accessible for a novice painter. A novice painter distinguishes themselves from a beginner artist in that a beginner artist is somebody who's literally just starting, has never painted anything before, maybe 20 years ago in junior high school or something. Has never watched any of these videos, has just bought some paint or has some paint lying around and wants to play. I think this might be a little bit tricky for a beginner, but if you're a novice who's maybe done the color wheel, the very first couple episodes of this Master Studies series, which have a color wheel, you understand a little bit about what I'm talking about when I talk about color temperature. I think this could be a fun one for you to try. So I'm going to put today's episode firmly in the novice camp. Okay. I think I'm going to run and grab some cold medication because I didn't realize how dry my throat was until I started talking today. So I'll be right back. Give me a couple seconds here. Okay. I'm just going to take a couple of cough drops, and this is about the worst thing you can possibly do while you're talking or recording is to have something like this in your throat, but it might be the only way I get through today because I'm suddenly feeling it. My daughter was sick, stayed home all day yesterday. Maybe I've caught what she's got here. Okay, Angel's there. Hi, Angel. Angel says, I love Nirvana. Martin says, hi. Angel says, I've been listening to Drain You a lot lately, a Nirvana song. I mean, I was a huge Nirvana fan when I was a kid. I had all the bootlegged recordings. Trap Gaming says, hello, it's me, it's 10:43 here now. Awesome. I'm not sure. 10:43. Where would that be? That's well, that doesn't make any sense. How does that work? And you're somewhere that's also maybe Newfoundland or something. Maybe that's what it is. Newfoundland is like a half hour ahead of the rest of Canada. But 10:40, maybe, I don't know. So let me know, Trap. Whereabouts are you on our beautiful planet? I know I've asked before, but I have the attention span of a chipmunk, so you'll have to take it easy on me and my inability to recall details like that. Okay, this cough drop thing may not be well, we'll see. I apologize if it's annoying. But it is very cooling. I love that menthol. What we're going to do next here is let's talk about the materials required to make today's painting. Now, I've done an entire hour-and-a-half long video talking about all the materials you need with images and video, and going into depth about what all these different tools can do. I'm just going to cover this really briefly, but I do suggest that you scan this QR code. It goes right to our Dropbox folder. The very first folder at the top is the supply guide, which you can download and print out at home or work, or you can just look at it on your phone. It's a PDF. It's all free. You don't have to give me your email or any information. Nobody knows but you that you've clicked that link. And so here's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be using a 9x12 sized canvas board or canvas panel. They come pre-gessoed. I take a little bit of gesso and gesso them again and just sand it down so it's a little bit smoother. We'll talk about that again here in a moment. And of course, we're going to be using acrylic paint. We're going to be using some carbon paper, pencil. All these things I think we're going to use at some point, especially this glazing fluid. That's going to be something we're going to use today. I was just talking about gessoing the canvas. Potentially, you might want to use some of that. And then I always put this page here, less for anybody else, more for myself, just to remember to have some dry rags around for when the inevitable spills and mistakes happen. They always happen when you're not prepared. They rarely happen when you are prepared. So get prepared. So we're going to be using I don't know, it's a method, an approach. I don't know what it's called, but we're going to be using what's called the split primary palette, which is essentially taking the so-called primary colors, red, yellow, and blue, splitting them in half into their warm and cool components. I didn't invent this method, but I was sure when I saw it, I didn't learn this when I was in high school, didn't learn it when I was in undergraduate art school, did not learn it when I was in graduate school for art. Wasn't until like a few years after, where I was teaching and trying to think about how to introduce painting to people who've never painted before, that going through a bunch of different books and stumbled upon this, and it was just like mind blown. Why is this not taught in elementary school when kids are first learning how to spell? This should be part of every single human being's basic education, understanding how color works. So I'm kind of on a mission to popularize this, to make this really the first thing that as many people know how to do, because it simplifies the whole painting process dramatically. We can make it way more complicated, and if you go to art school, they're going to kind of build upon this. But the benefit of this, using 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, a white, and maybe black, but we can even, as today, we'll mix our own black. You can paint virtually any painting that has ever been created. You don't have to have dozens of extra colors. You can do anything with these. Really what this approach does is emphasize the importance of color temperature, in that every color is either warm or cool, and when you understand that, it really helps you to mix the colors you want. All you have to ask yourself is, where is the color in the space within an artwork? Is it in the foreground or is it in the background? If it's in the foreground, we're probably going to be using our warm colors. And if it's in the background, we're going to be using, most likely, our cool colors, right? And by using the warm colors in the foreground, cool colors in the background, we instantly create the illusion of depth in a painting. And even if you're making an abstract painting, you can use these principles and create all sorts of very interesting spaces. Artists, however, are contrarians by nature and are always challenging the so-called rules. I don't consider these rules, I just think of them as guidelines, which you can kind of follow or ignore at your whim. And certainly over the past 150 years, a lot of artists have challenged these concepts. But at the end of the day, they work. It's just deciding if you want to undermine them, how do you want to do that deliberately for various different effects and reasons. Now I'm going to be using these Amsterdam paints. It just reminds me I gotta get. So I'm going to be using these Amsterdam acrylics. They're made by a Dutch company. no surprise, Amsterdam, right? A Dutch company called Royal Talons. And I think they're the best bang for the buck, the highest quality paint for the lowest price that I found. If there was something better and cheaper, you can better believe I would be using it. You can certainly spend more money. And so just before I move on here, these are the colors I would get if you're using Amsterdam. If you want to spend more money for slightly higher quality paint, then you could use Golden. That would probably be kind of like the industry standard for high quality professional grade paint. But it's going to be about 3 times the price for about 1/3 the paint. And so you do the math if that's worth it for you. I would say even a professional artist can get away with this stuff. The only worry I would have is about light fastness. In other words, like how well is it going to hold up? The pigments, I mean, obviously, if you're spending 1/3 the price, you're not going to be getting the highest quality pigments available, and therefore it's possible that, 20 years from now, especially if this painting is getting a lot of daylight, that the colors could fade a little bit. But I think, especially if you're a beginner painter, this might not be the artwork that you're expecting ends up in the Museum of Modern Art or the Louvre, right? So, yes, if you rise to the level of Elizabeth Peyton and you're selling paintings for millions of dollars each, yeah, you may want to spend an extra $100 on art materials, right? But I don't think we're quite there yet for most of us. So I'm just flipping through this list of different paint brands. All of this and more is contained in the PDF, the materials document that I mentioned earlier. So, but I'm just putting this out there so that you can see, because not everybody is going to download that or maybe has the opportunity to do so. Now, you'll see these last 4 that I've just arrived at are paints that I've used and do not recommend, such as Museum Color out of Toronto or Peebo based in France. Peebo is like the largest paint company in the world, and the fact that I can't recommend them is a shame, because these 4 brands put way too much white as a filler in their paint just to drive the cost down. It's a cheap, they're just being cheap, right? They're just putting a bunch of filler in the paint. Essentially what this means is all of your colors have a pastel-like quality, and you're never going to be able to mix a black like I do here using these Amsterdam paints. So it's a shame that, because Peebo you can find in pretty much every art supply store in North America and Europe, and the fact that they cheap out on their paint and pigment is terrible. It's really, really terrible, because a lot of people are buying this material. So Peebo, get with the program here. Just put an extra little scoop of pigment and 1 scoop less of titanium white in your paint, and I'll remove you from this blacklist here. Okay. Barbara's there, says, "Hello, Michael. I've missed the last 2 master classes, but I'm ready to rock and roll tonight." Awesome. Good to see you, Barbara. So let's go to our first real step here. That's the image transfer process. Okay. So what I'm going to suggest you do is scan the QR code there, or enter in that web address. There's also a link down in the description below to this Dropbox folder. And when you click that link, here's a shout out to the Facebook page, or there's a little bio I write for every episode. So if you scan the QR code here, it's going to take you to this page. And you can see here's our supply guide. That's the PDF that I talked about. That's right up top there. And then, I don't know, there's like 400 folders here of, all of the great artists of all time listed in here. And many of these folders have 5, 6 other folders within them, because we've done multiple episodes on some of these artists. So we're going to see here's Elizabeth Peyton here, number 2 novice. As a little bit of a teaser, there's Elizabeth Peyton. There's a level 1 beginner that's coming down the pipeline very soon. So that's going to be a drawing focused episode for those of you who don't want to paint but want to draw. Well, I got some fun stuff coming up here. But anyway, we're looking at this painting episode. You'll see that there's actually 2 paintings I've put in here. There's today's artwork, Zoe's Kurt, and we'll talk about why it's called Zoe's Kurt here in a moment. But so we see there's the original plus the 2 outlines that I've done, a JPEG version and a PDF, whatever's easier for you to print. There's also another image of Kurt Cobain by Elizabeth Peyton that I've also included just for fun, because I had a real hard time deciding which one, so I included them both there for you. So that information is there. Once you've downloaded it and printed it off, you're going to get something like this, just on a regular piece of photocopy paper. Okay. So the first thing is I've got this 9x12 sized canvas panel or canvas board. It's essentially canvas that's gessoed and then wrapped around a piece of wood or cardboard. You can buy these things from the dollar store for $1, or you can do as I do, order a bunch of them off of Amazon. Essentially, it comes out to about $2 a piece, and I think the double the price, even though it's a relatively low price, is a great deal. They are better, substantially better than the ones you get from the dollar store. Okay, so I'm going to tape this down. I should also mention that generally what I do after I take them out of the plastic, because they're usually wrapped in plastic, is I give it a gentle sanding with some like 100 grit sandpaper. It takes away some of the texture. And then I apply some white acrylic gesso over top of it, let that dry. The next day I sand it again with some 100 grit sandpaper, which is a pretty gritty sandpaper. And it just makes, and then I wipe it down. I take a cloth that's damp, wipe it down to get rid of all of the powder that might be there from the sanding process. And then I got a much smoother canvas. And I would say probably for painting like this, having a slightly smoother canvas I think is beneficial. I prefer having a nice smooth canvas. Not everybody does, however. Some people love the really textured surface. There's my website there. So next, what I'm going to use is some carbon paper. You can see that there's also white carbon or graphite paper or charcoal paper. They all do the same thing. They're technically not the same thing, because graphite and charcoal and carbon are not all technically the same things. They are different materials, but essentially they do the same thing. So I'm going to take one of these sheets of carbon paper. Note that there's generally always one side that works better than the other side. I'm going to put it under there, and then let's just double check that it's working. Right, there's my line. Okay. I have been guilty many times of doing this and putting the carbon paper upside down and then tracing for 10 minutes only to realize, oh, the whole time it was backwards. Great. Okay, so I got to redo it because nothing appeared on the canvas. So learn from my mistakes. Again, maybe just double checking. You'll notice I can use the same piece of carbon paper dozens of times. Right? After a while, when there's no carbon or graphite or charcoal left on there, well, it's going to leave less and less of an impression until really nothing transfers. But until that happens, you can use them over and over again. Now when you're doing these lines, you may want to try to go kind of a little bit more on the light side of things. I'm kind of just pressing the same pressure that I normally do. I'm going to cover this with a layer of color anyway. So even if I press a little bit harder, that's okay. Sometimes when I do these classes in person, I see people who are like pushing as hard as possible. You should not have to press hard at all to do this. In fact, if you're doing that, that's just unnecessarily exhausting yourself. So if you're having to press that hard and you're because you're barely seeing something, it probably tells you that you've got the carbon paper backwards. That it should work without having to press too hard. Okay. So for instance, you know, the eye here that I transferred, that's barely showing through. So I'm just going to move the carbon paper over and do that again, hoping that maybe that area was just kind of that's a little bit better. Okay. Good enough for government work, as my grandfather used to say. It's still one of my favorite quotes of all time, and also one that I'm not quite sure I completely understand what it means either. I remember my grandfather saying that when I was maybe 10 years old, helping him build shelves in my parents' basement, and he would say that, drink a bottle of vodka, build some shelves, and then be like, okay, good enough for government work. You know, we put the level on there, not quite level. Yeah, that's good. Let's go get another drink. Okay. Or my grandfather would be like, go ask your dad for if you can go get me another bottle of vodka. Okay. Okay, Grandpa. Meanwhile, and then after building all these shelves, my dad's like, how many of those bottles did Grandpa drink? Oh, he drank both of them. My dad being like, he drank both of those, like, 750s of vodka, and those shelves look pretty good. No surprise that they're not totally level. Okay. Ah, Senga's there. Hi, Senga. Awesome. Let's move on to the next... Oops. Let's move on to the next step, which is called the Imprimatura. Probably one of my favorite art words to say. It's an Italian word that means the prime layer or the first layer of paint. Imprimatura, right? It just feels nice to say. It just rolls off the tongue. Imprimatura. So, what is the Imprimatura? Why do we do it? Or why do I encourage you to do it? Because you don't have to do it. In fact, a lot of people just skip this step entirely. And if you do, no harm, no foul. It's up to you. I like doing this, even if it doesn't really need it, just because I like... It's part of my routine, to be quite frank, at this point. So, I'm going to use my warm yellow. That's typically what I do. Other artists throughout history have used different colors, like Leonardo da Vinci used kind of like a yellowish brown as his Imprimatura. Michelangelo, who was a contemporary of Leonardo, who was literally at times working down the hall from him in the Vatican when they were working for the Pope, used a green Imprimatura. So two different artists working at the same time in the same place had very different ideas, and my color is neither. It's maybe a little bit I'm I just use the warm yellow. It's going to make the painting a little bit brighter than, let's say, Leonardo's would have been. But I like having bright paintings. I like that I can just squeeze this color out of the tube. I'm not having to mix anything or even really think about anything when I do this. And now my painting is kind of off to the races. We've started it. There's no going back. I love that. It's you know, I think about this in the same way that, you know, a Serena Williams has a practice routine before she goes out onto the court at Wimbledon, or before you know, a famous ballerina or figure skater goes out onto Broadway or to the center ice at the Olympics. You know, they've got a whole routine to warm up and practice. They don't just start working. Here it's the same sort of thing for me. Is just, I can just start painting without any brain power involved. So that's why I want, probably at this point, really the main reason I do the Imprimatura, which is not necessarily the reason why most people historically have done that. And if you looked at that graphic I had on the screen moments ago, you'll notice that I don't even know if routine was one of the things on there. But essentially, little hair or brush hair there, I'm not sure what this is. I just don't want that right in the middle of the face, potentially causing some texture that I don't want there, so just get that out of the way. Wouldn't have bothered me, like for instance, there's a little bit of fluff down here. That doesn't bother me there. That's and potentially as this dries, it'll just fly away when I blow dry it here in a moment. But when something is right in the middle of the face, this is kind of the time to take care of it. You'll notice when I did this, I went up and down, side to side, up and down. What I'm doing is trying to get the paint, the Imprimatura, to soak into the texture, the weave of the canvas. I'm trying to obliterate that white canvas. Now, in a few moments, I'm going to paint this like a kind of a white color over top of it, which might seem like a complete waste of time. And again, that's why I suggest you don't have to do this. But at least if there are gaps between the colors going forward, there's going to be something there bubbling under the surface, that extra little step. And, you know, I was trying to do some research on Elizabeth Peyton and her process. Not a lot of information about that specific thing here, but I do get the sense that she really cares deeply about the preparation of the surface, that the surfaces of her artwork are really important to her. So this doesn't seem totally out of the realm of possibility. I don't think she does what I'm doing at all, but I just don't think that. I think she would probably understand that this makes some kind of sense. I hope. There's Muhammad says, "Hey Markowsky, I'm currently watching your drawing classes for beginners playlist. Thank you for the awesome videos." Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much, my friend. That is cool. A little bit of a heads up. I'm planning on rebooting that drawing course in the new year. So, but there'll be lots of... I'll give everybody a long heads up about that when we get there. So here's that little fuzz that just comes right off the surface. Beautiful. Okay. I'm going to take a look at the original here. Okay. So what I want to find out is what is the color of the surface of this painting. Now, it's hard to know. I think it's quite possible that this is just pure white gesso underneath this. It's possible, maybe even highly likely. How do I want to do this? So I'm just having a debate inside my head of, do I want to coat this with another color, or do I want to just paint in all of these shapes? What to do? I think I'm gonna paint a solid color over top of this. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna clean this off. Not super thoroughly, just good enough. Let's put colors on our palette now. I don't know if I'm going to use all of these colors, but we'll see. Again, you can, if you're watching this video long after I recorded it, you can always just go right to the very, very end of the episode and look at my palette and see, like, oh, he never touched the warm red. Oh, I guess I won't waste any of that paint. I won't put that on my palette. Or you might see, oh, he looks like he used a lot of warm red. Okay, maybe I need to go to the store and buy some more. Okay. So there's two materials that I use quite frequently in these episodes. Sometimes I use them, sometimes I don't, but in today's episode I'm going to be using two. One is matte medium and one is glazing fluid. This one I prefer the matte or satin, same thing, interchangeable word in art materials. I'm going to use satin glazing fluid and matte or satin medium. These materials are almost identical. Both of them are going to dry. Both of these materials are going to dry 100% clear, or maybe like 99% clear, just so any sticklers out there. They both look white when we apply them, but when they dry clear. The main difference is drying time. Glazing fluid has a chemical that slows the drying time down, and we're going to use that for specific reasons later on. Versus matte medium is essentially what's in acrylic paint before they put the color. I'm sure they just take it right out of the big vat that it comes in, pour it into some bottles like this, and put a price tag on it and just sell it like that. I don't think there's anything particularly unique about it. However, one thing I do notice about matte medium is it often slows the drying time down, or actually, sorry, speeds the drying time up a little bit. So just something to kind of keep an eye on is that especially when we're about to do what we do here, you kind of have to work a little bit quicker. Glazing, you could say, well, then let's just use the glazing fluid to do that. The one thing is that because this slows down the drying time, and because of the amount of paint I'm about to use, it might slow it down so much that that could slow down my painting process right now. So because it could mean that this surface could take like an hour or more to dry, and I don't want to wait an hour to dry. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to mix a brown here. I'm going to use my hot yellow, hot red. We could do this with our cool colors. In fact, maybe, I don't know, let's maybe do that. Let's mix two browns and we can choose whichever one we want. So let's take this. Let's mix up this brown. So there's a kind of reddish yellow dominant brown. Let's do the same thing but with our cool colors, just to show you it can be done. Let's take our cool yellow, a little bit of cool red. Let me know, is that sound from outside, is that really distracting? I'm not sure how it shows up on your headphones or whatever. If you're just like, oh man, every time a car drives by, it's just like so loud. Why does he have the window open? Would you let me know if it's... that was too much red. I'm kind of trying to get similar to what I've got here. Now, it really doesn't matter so much whether I use warm or cool colors for this, because I'm about to dilute it so significantly with the white here that it's not, whatever differences there are between warm and cool colors at that point is going to be so virtually imperceptible that you could use 3 warm colors or 3 cool colors to do this. My cooled color here is definitely darker so I could continue to lighten it up with more and more yellow here. Although I think I want a bit more of this reddish quality. Okay. And of course, we could make probably about a million different browns, warm browns, and a million different cold browns, just by adding a tiny little bit more of each of, whether it be yellow, red, or blue. What do I prefer? Hard to say. This one's a little bit more orangey, and I could make it less orangey just by adding more blue in here. This one's a little bit, it's still kind of, I mean, we're talking, this is not, let's, I don't know why I'm, okay, let's do I'm gonna use my cool color here. Okay, so let's just clean this brush off quickly. Okay. So I'm going to take a little bit of this cool brown that I've just created. I'm basically wiping as much of that paint off as possible. And then I'm just going to mix it into this white. So it is barely changing. But it's changing. I can see it now has a little slight tan quality to it. I like that. Actually, I'm going to take just a little... Oh, is that too much? Let's put a bit more of that in there. Okay. And then so now I'm going to add some matte medium to this paint. It's going to just make it a little bit more transparent. Titanium white is super opaque. So making it a little bit transparent, it's going to let a bit more of this yellow come through and extend this paint a little bit. I think that's okay. So I'm just going to take this paint off. I'm going to get my brush saturated here. I want to make sure if there's, some yellow, which there was, because I didn't really thoroughly clean this brush. So I want to make sure that that yellow comes off the brush right now rather than halfway through. That's great. I just love paint as a material. It's just so fun to play with. Okay, so now, again, you kind of want to do this quickly because as the paint gets spread out thin like this with the matte medium in there, I find it does dry sometimes alarmingly quick. And if you're in a studio like mine that is hot, you're going to notice that that water is going to evaporate very quickly, and that can drive you crazy when you're doing big areas like this and you've got paint that is seizing up and drying while you're still spreading it. So you want to, it's kind of a bit of a race against time here. I can already see it starting to dry. Wow, that's drying fast. Okay. One way I can see it drying is that it starts to kind of almost get kind of sticky, like the paint doesn't, like it's kind of, instead of just drawing the paint across, it almost kind of smudges. Because it's like part of it, it's like the the top of, like if you leave a glass of milk out overnight and that little skin forms, that kind of thing happens here too. Okay, so now you probably can't see the image at all on screen, and that's okay. I can see it myself here, and I think as I blow dry it here in a second, you'll start to see that image reappear. If I had not put matte medium in here, and I'd say almost half, 50% to the white. If I hadn't put that in there, I would expect that the image that I drew there would have been completely obliterated. It would no longer be visible, even after I blow dried it. One little thing, so I was just wiping this down, and then I thought, you know what, I'm going to save a little bit of paint in this corner here. In case I have some emergency touch-ups later on, I might be able to take a little bit of this paint that is almost totally dried up there and use it for elsewhere in the painting. Okay. Okay, I'm going to blow dry this real quick, and we'll just see how much of this made it through. Whoa, look at all those comments. Wow, okay, I'll get to that one. Give me 1 second here. Devin says, I also just started your learning to draw videos. I always said I can't draw, and at age 35, I'm challenging that belief. Yes! That's so cool, Devin. I love that. I love that you've recognized, hey, this is, I think, just a big lie that I've been telling myself this whole time, that I can't draw, and then you start learning, and you're like, I can draw? What? I don't have to be born as some incredible artist, which I don't think anybody is. Yeah, I think anybody can draw. Anybody can learn to make artwork. Absolutely. It's a skill like anything else. Like learning to walk. Right? Not all of us are going to be able to... Is there walking in the... I was going to say go to the Olympics and win a championship walking. I guess there's speed walking in the Olympics, right? I think. That kind of funny walk they do. Because I don't think they can bend their knees, or I don't know what the full thing. Senga says, I love Michael's teaching. Best teacher. You're so sweet, Senga. Barbara says, can't paint on today. I'm away from home, dog sitting. Can't wait. I'm home this weekend. Barbara says, I can hear the whoosh of cars, but it's not distracting. No music. I'm trying to listen to the background. There is the music. The music is very, very low, and so sometimes you might hear it kind of just come up. That's the way I kind of want it, so it's not. But sometimes I forget to turn the music down, and it's really loud. And then when I go back and do the chapter headings, I realize, oh my goodness, how come nobody complained about how loud it was? Spoon says, I don't usually watch live streams, but I would like to thank you very much. I've been watching your series about art for beginners, and I have come so far. Thank you. Oh, thank you, my friend. That's so cool. I just am overjoyed to hear things like that. That's so cool. Okay. Sometimes paint gathers on these edges. Looks like that's pretty dry. One thing I always like looking at my paintings on the back side, and I like seeing the evidence of how it was created. I've had the opportunity to go behind the scenes in museums a number of times, and that's almost always the thing that I ask a curator or a conservator. I'm like, can I see the back of this painting? And they're like, okay, sure. And we flip it over, and I'm like, oh, that feels like I'm so much closer to the artist than necessarily the pristine thing on the front. And I've been watching all these videos of Elizabeth Peyton's work recently, and stopping the videos when they show kind of the side of the artwork. Okay, so I'm ready to move on. Names put on Nirvana. Yeah, you could put Nirvana on in the background. That sounds like a great idea. I couldn't do it here because then they would take this video down, but that would be a fun way of going through the whole playlist. Okay, I got a what do you call them? One of these things in its last moment of dissolvation. Is that a word? I'm going to take a small bite, a throat lozenge in half, so maybe it's not so big so you don't hear it clattering around in my teeth. while the canvas is drying here, let's take a moment to talk about Elizabeth Peyton's career and what makes her art so important and why I love it so much and why we're painting today's painting specifically as well. So, Elizabeth Peyton, I'm just going to close this a little bit here. Elizabeth Peyton was born in July 1965. I wasn't able to find the exact day of her birth, but that's all right. And was born in Danbury, Connecticut. And just, sometimes I like kind of just looking at this. Here's New York City down here. Danbury is up here, kind of, west of New Haven. It's, she grew up in kind of the suburban area, not in a, big city. And I think that kind of played a little bit into the kind of art she makes, because as we'll see here, the early artwork was focused on celebrity and famous musicians, artists, authors. Whoops, this door went opened up. I'm like, why does it sound so much louder? Okay. So Elizabeth Peyton grew up in like the suburbs, and I think as I did when I was a kid, and so often when you're a kid growing up in the suburbs, a lot of your experience of art and music, literature takes place kind of filtered through the media, and because you're not often seeing those things first person, you're seeing them through television and magazines and books, going to the library, as opposed to seeing those kind of maybe those people walking down the street or going to those concerts. It's not until you're in a much bigger city where you might have more of those opportunities to experience those things firsthand. And so I think there's, I can't remember if I read that also somewhere, but or maybe I'm just reading into things a little bit, but I think that mediated image is a little bit of a part of her work, something that she's embraced, but also I think part of her work is trying to transcend that towards something that's more intimate, that is more direct in terms of a connection. Okay. I couldn't find a lot of information about her youth. She, relatively large family, 5 kids. She's the youngest of those kids, and when she was young, she was often reading books, biographies of musicians, artists, writers, particularly those whose lives contained that had a particularly kind of romantic drama to them, or either the person themselves died tragically or experienced a lot of tragedy during their careers. Artists who are kind of particularly known for kind of embodying creativity. Definitely, which sounds absurd. Like, what, doesn't every artist or musician embody creativity? Sure. I mean, they're at the end of the day, they're all being very creative. But there's some people that we look at as being kind of just like iconically creative. I don't know if that makes any sense. Like, maybe it's something to do with the myth that those people kind of weave around them. Like, so for instance, many of the musicians that she featured early on would be people like David Bowie, the Liam from Oasis, Kurt Cobain from Nirvana, Jarvis Cocker from Pulp. I'm just thinking off the top of my head. Keith Richards from the Rolling Stones. You know, they're, and often they were male figures, right? Who there's kind of a slightly dangerous quality to them. Not that they were like physically tough guys who were, I mean, maybe Liam was kind of known as a bit of a rabble-rouser. If anything, most of those figures that I just mentioned are sort of maybe known for being particularly kind of effeminate or even crossing gender boundaries a little bit, like especially David Bowie, for instance. Even Kurt Cobain, some of the images she's painted of him, in fact, one is called Queen Kurt, I think, or Princess Kurt, that features Kurt Cobain in drag from one of his stage performances, one of his concerts. I think she's attracted to, at least was originally attracted to, musicians who seemed particularly confident in themselves, who were willing to who were just very emotive, wore their emotions on their sleeves, who didn't seem to be who just had, like, there's a rawness, like a energy, sexual energy, creative energy that is just sort of oozing from every pore. And again, not every artist is like that. I'm trying to think of artists that would be the opposite to, like, Kurt Cobain or David Bowie. I mean, David Bowie, an argument could be made, is the opposite. Was very cool and all about, like, almost a facade. We never really able to penetrate through that facade, especially, in, well, I don't know. I was going to say, especially in his Berlin years, but maybe he was always that way. I don't know. But I guess it's just, there are people that seem like, I don't know, everyday people that their persona, while kind of can be really big, also just made them feel like they almost didn't want to be famous, or they didn't like that attention, that were kind of ultimately very shy people that wanted privacy, even though they're on stage, which for many people doesn't make any sense. How could you be shy and want privacy when you're literally standing in front of a stadium of 100,000 people? That they kind of wanted some recognition, but were not happy with the trade-off that came with celebrity. And of course, Kurt Cobain might be the perfect example. Even someone like Liam Gallagher from Oasis almost had like a contempt for the audience, not wanting to kind of, literally sometimes singing with his back towards the crowd. Anyway, I'm getting off track talking about some of those people. So she was reading biographies of those musicians, those artists, and she also became quite fascinated with painters from the kind of the Romantic era to kind of early Impressionism, artists like John Singer Sargent, Edouard Manet, who else from that kind of period? Those would be the two kind of big ones. I think in terms of writing, you can see that, people that she was interested in: Flaubert, Balzac. Who else was she into? Victor Hugo. A lot of these French artists. Other people, Delacroix, big, famous painter. I don't think we've done a Delacroix episode. Giorgione. to a lesser extent, George O'Keeffe in her work. But just there's, in those painters, there's often one of the things with Singer Sargent or Manet or Delacroix even is their incredible, unique ability to convey feeling and emotion in just a quick couple of little brushstrokes. That she's able to, just like them, capture likenesses very very quickly with the minimum amount of brushwork, which again is one of those things that people look at and be like, oh, well, my kid could do that. There's like 10 brushstrokes on the page. How difficult could this possibly be? Well, I would argue that when you only have a few brushstrokes on the page, those brushstrokes better be in the right place, because there's not a lot of because that's all there is. You know, an example would be like if you go to a restaurant and I don't eat meat, but you know, if you order a steak and there's just steak and some potatoes, there's not even like a sauce or anything on there. It's just like, well, that steak better darn be good if there's not a whole lot of other things on there, like sauces and pepper and all these things to maybe disguise that steak if it's not perfectly cooked. So it better darn be done well, because if not, you know, it's gonna stand out as cooked improperly, right? Versus again, if you cover it with a whole bunch of stuff, well, then it could be, especially if somebody doesn't know really what they're tasting, and be, it's fine. I don't know what the problem is. But for someone with more discerning tastes, it just stands out as like terrible. Versus when there's very little on the plate, it better really, it's got a lot of heavy lifting to do. And I think that's one thing that's certainly a criticism of the work of Elizabeth Peyton. I would say it's one of the things I appreciate the most about her work. I don't really see it mentioned throughout some of the research I was looking up for Elizabeth Peyton, but one of the artists that constantly comes to mind when I look at her work is Henri Matisse, the great French modern artist. And I think particularly with her drawings as well as Matisse's drawings, you see like an increasing effort to simplify, to get to the most important lines, and once those lines are in place, then it's done. It's not about overloading it. And again, depending on how one looks at it, one can either feel, maybe I should be putting some of her work up on the screen here. Depending on how you look at it, it's sort of like, it's very generous that she's, you know, just doing the bare minimum to make the work, and rather than overloading it with other things that can get in the way. On the other hand, one might say that it's showing off. It's like this bravura, like look how I can put those lines in just exactly the right place. Alright, so here's a portrait of Liam Gallagher from Oasis. Right? I mean, there's maybe 50 brushstrokes on here. Whoops. But every brushstroke just feels like it is in exactly the right place. Right? A little dab here for the chin. Right? The hair. You know, everything just feels like, you know, it does feel very quickly done. In fact, I do want to share, so there's a number of books I've had from the library. This one, Here She Comes Now, which is from an exhibition. I'm not sure when this show was. I think this is like 2015 or something. So here's today's painting that we're about to do. Here's the sketch that she did from it. And we are going to do this drawing in a future episode here, as well as a bunch of other drawings of hers. What's kind of neat is it shows some of the images that might have inspired her. What I do want to kind of highlight, though, is maybe potentially, and I haven't really seen many people talking about this, but a little bit of her working method. And in this book, there is a bunch, let me see if I can get them all together. We see, here's 5 different versions of this same painting. So I think it's interesting because we see how she's working through ideas. So here's 1, 2, 3. This one's kind of technically backwards, right? So she probably flipped the image maybe on her computer and then tried to paint it this way, thinking maybe would it look better if this singer was looking in the opposite direction. I don't know which order they were created. Here's another one. I don't know if this one is actually larger or not. And then this one. And who knows which is her favorite or so-called the best one. I mean, someone cynical could say, well, she's just making a whole bunch of the same image so she can sell all 5 of them. That's possible. But because of the way that she's working, you know, I think there is a speed of the brushstrokes. I think the brushstrokes are painted quickly. Let me look at this one because it's a little bit bigger. The brushstrokes are done more quickly, but I don't think that means that she did this whole painting in, 2 minutes. I would say probably something like this might have taken half an hour or more, maybe an hour, where, let's say like the music stand. Like, I think that is a brushstroke that's done quickly, but there might be a lot of kind of planning of like, okay, do I want to make it here? Let's see, or should it be here? Ooh. And then right when she's ready to put it down, it's like one quick brushstroke. So while it appears to be painted quickly, and I think it is painted, the actual application of the paint is done quickly. The overall, the painting was done, like, what would be another way? I don't know. It's like football or hockey, like maybe even more so like football. Like football, there's a lot. If you ever watch like a game of American football, sometimes it's like can be quite boring, right? There's a lot of standing around, lots of commercials and stuff. But then the actual action happens, and it's like moments of just people sprinting, running at full speed, hitting, and all these collisions, and then it's over. And then lots of standing around. And so it almost feels like that's sort of the way that these paintings are made. There's lots of standing around, looking, thinking, planning, and then bursts of intense activity. So, as she goes to let me get this up here. She went to the School of Visual Arts in New York City between 1984 and 1987. She graduates from the School of Visual Arts in New York City, or SVA as it's sometimes called. A really great school, hard to get into school in the middle of Manhattan. Quite famous school as well. Lots of great alumni went to the School of Visual Arts. And she's, one thing I think it's also kind of rare for a contemporary artist is that she only obtained a undergraduate degree, a BFA in art, as opposed to now it's almost like the standard is you have to get at least a master's degree, if not a PhD, in order to be a practicing artist, especially if you want to teach or whatever. I think she was probably kind of, like, she's about 10 years older than me, and about 12 years older, I think. But she's like that last generation of artists who could find fame, recognition in the art world with just an undergraduate degree. I'm not saying it doesn't still happen, but because of the gatekeepers in the art world, they are much less likely to take someone seriously who doesn't have the official accreditation from a university. And of course, we can talk about how absurd that whole thing is, but that's the industry at the moment. Certainly invite people to challenge that for sure. Here's her portrait of David Bowie. I think so. Most of these paintings, I would say, probably are done, well, from about 95 to about 2008, I think, is when this exhibition is. I think that's Julian Casablancas from The Strokes. That's definitely Julian from The Strokes for sure. The lead singer of a New York band called The Strokes. Here I mentioned earlier, this is the painting of, I think it's Princess Kurt or Queen Kurt. We see Kurt Cobain in drag. There's a show where he's wearing this kind of, what do you call this? A kind of lingerie with a crown on, and he's playing guitar, and you can see the guitar is very obscured. We don't even, I think this is the body of the guitar, and the neck is here, but she's completely removed that element. You can see this version, this painting here, I think is based on this big image. This still from, who's that? This is a French movie. I can't remember. All of this stuff is contained here in the back. I mean, maybe I should look. Page 59. It's entitled, What Wondrous Thing Do I See? Lauringen Jonas Kaufmann. So what was this one here? This is 5051. Screenshot from Lohengrin. That's a German film. I'm not sure who directed that, what that is. There's another one. I don't know if it's in this. So, a lot of these images, one of the things that I've seen come up a few times when looking at the work of Elizabeth Peyton is relationship to, let's say, Andy Warhol. Because Andy Warhol was also very famously obsessed with celebrity and painted portraits of Elizabeth Taylor and Marilyn Monroe and Bob Dylan and Mick Jagger, all these different figures, Chairman Mao, Richard Nixon. And so, of course, that was one of the things that brought him to international fame early. And similarly, it was Elizabeth Peyton's portraits of at least rock stars to begin with that brought her to fame, so the instant connection. One of the main differences, though, is that I feel like, first of all, as we'll see, many of her works are quite small. Like, a lot of these are the size, are probably reproduced exactly the size that they actually are. In fact, let's just check here. 71. 69.5 centimeters. So actually, this is a little bit larger. So you think of like 2 rulers. So it is. How big would that be? Like 16, 18 inches, maybe, somewhere like that tall. But even then, they're not huge artworks. Most of her art is relatively small, except for some exceptions, and even then, those exceptions are just maybe torso sized. A few weeks ago, I had about 8 of these books on her, and I just returned a lot of them. Again, we're going to be looking at her drawings soon here. It's interesting, too, like this book features some interviews and images by Elizabeth Peyton, but also some select readings that are important to her by a few different people, like Honoré de Balzac. Balzac being, one of the most, if not the most famous French author of all time, like one might say, like the French Shakespeare kind of thing, right? Gustave Flaubert, another very famous French author. So these texts that she's highlighted, here's Oscar Wilde. Part of the Romantic period of art and writing. Romanticism. We've talked about Romanticism. We've done paintings by so-called Romantic artists in the past. Romanticism isn't necessarily, although sometimes it is seen as being about, romantic imagery, like people kissing and hugging and stuff. But that's not really what Romanticism is. Romanticism is more about the internal subjective experience of the artist and potentially of the person depicted in the painting. So, which we now just take for granted is like, yeah, so what, isn't that like what all art is? Well, not for the majority of human history. The majority of human history, nobody cared what the artist thought or saw or wanted, or, it was all about, artists were like craftspersons who were hired to do a job and to communicate what other people thought was important, funny, sad, dangerous, whatever it might be. Like, artists were employed by kings and queens and religious figures, wealthy people, and you could get in a lot of trouble if you injected any of your own feelings or thoughts into the work. Romantic art is, probably late 1700s, certainly early 1800s through to maybe the 1850s. Really, so Edward Manet kind of gets lumped into both the end of the Romantic period and is seen as sort of a leading figure of the Impressionists or a proto-Impressionist. I'm sure he's definitely considered to be a leading Impressionist painter, but was on the older side of that group. So that idea of investigating the subjective experience, like what are those Romantic artists were like, I want to make a painting about how I feel about the world and the fears, the hopes and dreams that I have, as opposed to whoever wants to hire me to make a painting or buys my painting. I could care less about those people. I want to tell the world about what I feel or think. And again, that's pretty much the way all art is now, but throughout human history, that was the last concern, the last thing that any artist was asked to do. Right? And so I think she's not only she's not only fascinated with Romantic artists from the Romantic period, but I think she's really interested in highlighting those kind of importing Romanticism and some of the elements of Romanticism into contemporary art, and approaching contemporary figures like a Romantic painter, like Caspar David Friedrich, for instance, into like what would Caspar David Friedrich or Edward Manet, what would he paint if he was alive today? And I think she's suggesting that he might be focusing on celebrities or painting his or intimate moments between celebrities. Maybe not necessarily what's always on the screen or in the publicity image, but sometimes like behind the scenes imagery, or maybe less famous moments from those artists, from those movies. So she also does paintings of her friends, and she kind of paints them in the same way that she paints, you know, famous figures. Like here's Jarvis Cocker from the band Pulp. And so kind of, I think obviously painting her friends and family, people just kind of hanging out, very casual, informal, behind the scenes kind of situations, like people just sitting around on the couch, drinking, smoking, talking. Not a lot of like action things. Like it's not like people punching or throwing or dying, or they're just sort of like, again, kissing, like these intimate kind of glimpses into everyday life. And I think bringing finding pictures of celebrities in those same sort of moments is about creating this maybe an equivalency between her and her friends and these famous people, but also making those famous people seem more human, that they are just like us, kind of thing. And I think that's maybe one major distinction between Elizabeth Peyton and Andy Warhol, for instance, in that Andy Warhol very famously is all about being kind of cool and separate and distant. You know, Warhol, he did do some small artworks of, let's say, initially the Campbell soup cans or Elizabeth Taylor, but often those images began to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and huge portraits. I haven't really seen Elizabeth Peyton do big artworks like that, monumental sized artworks. There's so much more, like they're literally, the size of them are intimate, in that when you go and look at them in a museum or art gallery, it's hard to see them if you're sitting down on the bench across the room. Like you got to get up and look at them from kind of, almost the same distance that she was when she painted them. So that puts you into this not only intimate experience with the painting, but also with Elizabeth Peyton herself and the figures that they depict, right? Because you got to get up close, in the same way that if you want to kiss somebody, you got to get into their physical space. All right, so here's a portrait of Keith Richards. This is like from a moment in the movie Gimme Shelter, which is a great movie by Jean-Luc Godard about the creation of this album, Gimme Shelter, which is that on Exile and Main Street, I think that song is from? Or is Gimme Shelter an album in itself? I can't remember. Let me know in the chat here. But here we just have like this kind of moment where you get the sense Keith Richards he's maybe not necessarily aware that there's a camera taking a picture of him, and he's just, I think this is from a scene in the movie where they're listening to the song. Gimme Shelter's not Godard. Gimme Shelter is that the one about the Altamont? Anyway, I can't remember now. Because I'm thinking of Sympathy for the Devil. I think that's the Godard movie. Excuse me, sorry. I'm sorry, I just blew out your headphones there. Okay, I should probably move on here. I mean, Elizabeth Peyton celebrated around the world for her work. You can see all these major exhibitions and major museums around the world. Whitechapel, Walker Art Center, New Museum of Contemporary Art was maybe where her first big show was. The Irish Museum of Modern Art, the Metropolitan Opera. List goes on and on. National Portrait Gallery in London. You can see all of the major museums that collected her work. I mean, it just the list it's pretty stunning. Museum of Modern Art has 30 of her drawings and paintings. Like, that's, some artists only have 1 or 2, to have 30 in there. That's pretty, that says a lot about how what they feel about her work. I do want to just show there is lots of great interview, because she's alive. She's 60 years old approximately right now. So there's lots of videos, there's interviews with her that you can watch. She's a pretty kind of soft-spoken kind of person. She almost feels a little bit kind of shy and a bit kind of anxious about being kind of the front person for her own artwork. Maybe in the same sense that, again, if you've watched interviews of people like David Bowie and Kurt Cobain, there's always a little bit of like, I wonder how you're going to use this. Like, I hope you're going to do me justice and not kind of screw me over somehow, right? You've got a little bit of, there's a little apprehension, I feel like, in some of these interviews. And when I met her about 25 years ago now, I was a student at Art Center in Los Angeles, and I was trying to think this morning. I can't remember. One of the things, and I've talked about this in actually the previous episode when we were talking about Jack Goldstein. One of the things that I used to do that was offered to students is you could be the person that would set meetings up for these artists when they would come to town. And there were times where I picked people up from the airport and drove them to their hotel or straight to the school to do a talk or lecture, and maybe drove them back to the airport, helped them, you know, get some food or whatever it might be. I can't remember. I again, this is 25 years ago. I can't remember if I do feel like she was one of those persons, though, that I picked up from the airport. And her being kind of, again, kind of shy, maybe not the most chatty person. Also, you could think at the time she would have been like 35 or so, and I was like 21. And she's probably just like, oh my goodness, I can't believe they set me up with this, like, kid. Oh, like, because she's also kind of she's an attractive person, so I was probably just like, oh my goodness, not only is this like one of the most talented artists of our time, but she's kind of cute. And I probably was not able to hide my attraction and admiration from her. So I just want to, you know, show this. This guy here, James Calm, is quite famous as a New York City art world character. He's quite famous. This is not him on the screen. He's famous for kind of going around to art openings and museums and filming things, and with this kind of very unsteady like kind of thing, and kind of speaking quietly over the video as he's wandering through these spaces. But here's just, I won't play the clip, but he's walking through this museum. This is actually the really the big show that kind of broke her. Actually, no, this wouldn't have been when. This is after. This is the first. Sorry, this is the first retrospective of her work that was mounted. And so he runs into this this art critic, who definitely has nothing kind to say about her work at all, and basically just dismisses it as just grad student work. Grad student being someone who is in a master's degree program, and so he looks at it, it's like, it's just stuff that I've seen this crap every day, you know, in graduate school exhibitions. Nothing special, nothing to see here. I can't even believe the museum is exhibiting this crap on the wall. And so that might be the way some of you feel as well about looking at Elizabeth Peyton's work. About, I can't believe Michael's featuring this charlatan. I, on the other hand, think that she is an amazing artist. And the fact that there are lots of young students that are deeply inspired by her work and making art inspired by her work, maybe even kind of copies or in the vein of her work, I just think just shows the impact she's had culturally. That this type of painting that she's been doing is really connecting with young people. I mean, again, some people would say, well, she's only famous because she painted pictures of famous people, right? And people said that same thing about Andy Warhol. Well, Andy Warhol is nothing special. He just basically stole photographs of famous people and made paintings with them. Like, I don't see what all the hoopla is. Like, would any of Warhol's paintings be good if they were just if they're paintings of regular people? I would say, well, there's probably a million people making paintings of celebrities right now, and like 99.999% of those people aren't famous. So clearly Elizabeth Peyton has done something, Warhol did something that tapped into those figures, celebrity, or just the method of painting, the style of painting that broke through, that elevated itself beyond what other people were doing. Exactly putting your finger on exactly what it is about both of those artists, that's what people have been writing PhD theses about for decades. Okay, let me see what else. This just gives you, again, a little bit of an idea of the scale of these paintings, that they are almost like life-size in the sense that, like, they're portraits. This portrait of Kurt Cobain that we're about to do here is about, life-size. Keep says, you are the artist who convinced me that everyone can draw and paint. Thank you for all your videos. Wow, thank you, my friend. That's awesome. I think it says, I just finished my portrait of Liam and Noel and need to post them there on my YouTube channel. Cool. Katie says, yeah, I'd love to see that. Post the paintings on the Facebook group and put the link to your YouTube channel. Katie says, hello, Michael and everyone. I loved the look of this painting. Can't wait to try it. I'm on my lunch break, but thought I'd say hello. Now back to work. Thanks, Katie. Singer says, I would love to paint Pink Floyd. Interesting. I don't know a painting of Pink Floyd. There's lots of artwork in Pink Floyd, though, we might look at. Maybe let me know what your favorite Pink Floyd album cover is, or we can think about doing something like that. Like maybe, what is it? Dark Side of the Moon? That's the one with the prism and the color, the rainbow on there, I think, right? The black with the triangular prism. And Kathy says, hello, Senga Barbara. I can't paint today, but hoping to get back to it next week. Awesome. Okay, so just really quickly, I just want to talk specifically about today's painting and why I think it merits some special attention. So just as a quick reminder, this is the artwork we're about to recreate here, Zoe's Kurt from 1995. And once again, it's just, this is 12 inches, so 14 is about that big, so it's not too much bigger than the canvas we're about to paint on. And if we go here, you can see this video just showing the scale of the painting itself. So basically that head, ours is a little bit smaller, but that head is almost our own size, right? So when we get up close to it, there's that, again, that level of intimacy that feels like this person is, or this painting can kind of exist in my space, that it's almost like there's a little window into another world on the other side of the wall, and we're looking at him, or it's like a two-way mirror almost, right? And we're kind of like, oh, you can't see me. You can't see me. That's Kurt Cobain on the other side of the window. He has no idea that I'm looking at him right now, right? You feel kind of like you're in this intimate personal space where there's this person is not aware that they're being watched. What else do I want to see? I mean, it maybe is worth just quickly mentioning a little bit about who Kurt Cobain was. Kurt Cobain was born in 1967, just a couple of years after Elizabeth Peyton herself, and passed away in 1994. Quite tragically and sadly passed away, at age 27, right when he was kind of at the height of his fame. And that, of course, that's one of the great tragedies, is that one always wonders, like, what would he have done had he lived another 5, 10, 50 years? How, today he would be in his 50s, or he would be like, what, 58, I think, would be about how old Kurt Cobain would be. And just, the journey that he would have gone on. So it's quite tragic that he passed away when he did. And I think, considering today's painting was painted like literally within a year after Kurt Cobain died, I think it's very similar to the way that when Andy Warhol painted his portrait of Marilyn Monroe, literally a year after Marilyn Monroe had passed away. It's that same idea of like capturing this person who had a huge cultural impact, who's still very much in the public consciousness, who just passed away, and kind of making this painting as a bit of a homage, as a memorial testament, but also kind of kind of freezing that moment in time, both of the person, but also of the artists themselves. Like, it's kind of like a touchstone. Like, this is somebody who really affected me, influenced me, and I want to kind of, explore some of those feelings through the painting. So she did a number of portraits of Kurt Cobain over the years. Let me see. Right, so here's another one here, much more kind of ghostly almost, and I can remember many of these photographs being reproduced, and there's something too about her taking kind of iconic photographs, bringing them into her work, and making them feel intimate again. Photographs that have been reproduced endlessly and maybe have lost some meaning, and then bringing them into her work and re-imbuing them with like life and energy, and making them intimate again. We looked through some of these. Just trying to find, maybe if we just look at the painting itself, I think, the look that Kurt Cobain has in this painting it's something kind of mysterious. Like, we look off, like, what is he looking at? Is he even looking at something? He's kind of a little bit, almost, it appears a bit lost in thought, like, and I think actually that's a lot of her artwork captures that moment where someone is not necessarily even looking at something specifically, but just kind of drifting off for a moment, thinking about something. Maybe it's just like, where did I leave my car keys? Or who was, well, I knew I was supposed to email somebody. Who was that? Right? So you always have like a lot of her images are people kind of at that just moment where maybe they've lost awareness of being observed. And so and a lot of Kurt Cobain's image, like, here's another famous painting of Elizabeth Peyton's, and this is another very famous based on a famous photograph of Kurt Cobain, where he's sort of just like leaning on his guitar, kind of waiting, a little bit lost in thought. This idea, having a lot of that neck exposed like that, that's definitely a trope of art that signals kind of a kind of vulnerability. Often, if you're kind of standing there and you're showing your body posture is open like that, it suggests that you're very comfortable, that you're relaxed, as opposed to like if you're feeling kind of vulnerable and like your defenses are up, you're more likely your shoulders are going to come in, your hands are going to get crossed, right? You're going to be looking or scanning around to where the potential danger might be coming from. So if you're kind of like lost in thought like this, you're not necessarily aware of potential kind of danger. So I think she really likes those kind of moments where people, their guards are down, and the potential for us as viewers to be intimate with that moment is right there. We also see that the brushwork in this painting. This is going to be the big challenge for us today, is capturing these kinds of drips and things. And I'm not even totally sure how I want to do that today, because that's going to pose some unique challenges. But it's just a beautiful painting. And I'm going to suggest, even just as a little bit of as a disclaimer almost, that if at the end of this painting I can make this painting and it looks like Kurt Cobain, that is going to be awesome. I will also be very surprised. I'm going to do my best to make this painting look like Elizabeth Peyton's painting, but she's just like Edouard Manet and John Singer Sargent and other artists from that era, Delacroix, who were able to paint very quickly, efficiently, and capture a likeness instantly. I'm not a master like her, and so it's quite likely that this ends up just looking like just some guy, right? Or maybe even looks more like some kind of feminine type figure, right? And that's going to be okay, right? So I'm just putting that out there, that potentially also for other people who try to do this painting, if you struggle to get that likeness, that's okay, because that's some of the same reasons why Elizabeth Peyton herself would do so many versions of the same painting, right? That she would make 2, 3, 4, 5 copies of the same painting until she finds the one that she's like, ah, I got him right there. This is the one. In fact, I don't even know who are we looking at here. Julian. Okay, so this is Julian from The Strokes. So, I didn't know that, and I don't know how many other people would have guessed that. I was looking at, I'm like, who is this musician, this artist? Because, obviously they got the microphone and their hand is covering so much of their face, we don't really know who this person is. But she keeps painting and painting and painting, trying to find the one that with the brushstrokes just in exactly the right place to capture that likeness. And so that's going to be really tricky. That's the challenge of today's painting. Stephanie says, "Give Me Shelter" was about the turbulence of the 60s, the Vietnam War. Yes, but Sympathy for the Devil is about the same thing as well. Well, let me see here. Is this the one by the Malays? Yes, okay. So that's what I was thinking. Okay, so this, that, I guess we're talking about that image of Keith Richards from earlier. Gimme Shelter is a documentary about, is this the one where it's the concert Altamont? Yes, I think. Yeah, so the very famous part of Gimme Shelter is the murder that happens right in front of the stage while the Rolling Stones are playing in this infamous concert at Altamont Speedway, where for whatever reason the Rolling Stones hired the Hells Angels as to do security at the concert, and as one can imagine, it does not go well, and someone in the front row pulls out a gun, and because there's a confrontation with the Hells Angels, and the Hells Angels stab this guy to death, and the concert, as you can imagine, descends into absolute chaos. And the Altamont concert is kind of seen as kind of maybe by some people as the end of the 60s, the end of the peace, love, hippie movement, and things start to get much darker into the 70s. But okay, so let's move on here. Thank you, Stephanie, for pointing that out. It was driving me crazy. Okay. Wow, I certainly... Again, I thought, like, well, I'll probably talk for 20 minutes about Elizabeth Peyton, and here we are an hour and a half later. I just cannot shut my trap. Again, some people, that's one of their favorite things about these episodes, so what can I do? Right? Giving some people what they want, and giving some people the very thing they hate the most of these episodes. So, underpainting. Do we want to do an underpainting on this painting? Let's take a look here. Well, I mean, the way that the color that I've chosen to paint over top of my Imprimatura is very close to the color of the skin tone that she's used for Kurt Cobain. So, I don't know if I want to do that after all at all. I might leave that skin the way it is. For the drips that are on his collar, I might just use a slightly different, darker brown and let that drip down. I think that's what I'll do. So I think I'm going to leave the face like this. And because of that, I don't need to paint my, often different people use different definition. Different people use the term underpainting in wildly different ways, right? Like some people would literally say that this painting by Elizabeth Peyton is nothing more than an underpainting for so this is just one step towards the completion of another painting, right? If you were to go back 150 years in time, people are like, oh, this looks great, so when are you going to finish it, right? As opposed to today, you can kind of, quote, get away with a painting like this being in this state. Because the idea of, as some people would say, is the underpainting is just getting the painting started. You put the colors in roughly the right place, and then you go in and start to refine things, all these details. I often, for the purpose of these episodes, talk about underpainting is often just going over details like the eyes and lips, fingers, so that when I'm painting it later on, I know where those details are. They don't get lost when they're covered up with other paint. So I think I'm just going to skip that and go to our next step. Okay. I think if you were, however, if you had, let's say, painted this kind of white, or you're concerned about, like, if I have to paint this skin color over top of this face, and I'm worried that I'm not going to be able to see where the eyes and nose and stuff go, then you would want to maybe just take a bit of a darker color and just paint those in now, so that if they get covered, they're going to kind of show through. But as I said, I think I'm just going to move forward here. So the next step that I'm going to do is the background. And usually I start in the background and then work my way forward. That way that the brushstrokes in the background are literally covered by the brushstrokes in the foreground. Now, let's take a look at this painting and see what we want to do here. So, she's painted this painting with oil paint, and she's painted this painting with a very kind of watery mixture of oil paint, where so much so that we can see what this is probably the turpentine that's in her oil paint dripping down and dissolving the paint on from the sweater or the shoulders, right? Now we're using acrylic paint, and acrylic paint doesn't involve using solvents, so recreating these drips on the shoulder, that is, there's no way to do it exactly like this that I can think of with acrylic paint. At least I don't. Okay, so if I wanted to try to recreate that, what would I want to do? I'd want to probably paint the red of the shirt in first, and while it's still really wet, and I paint it very thin, and so I'm going to use my glazing if it's very thin, and then I paint the background, and then, or while I have this painting kind of propped up, I paint the background so that those drips go, and also use a very watery mixture, drip down over the shoulders. Okay, let's try it. This is going to be a challenge. I've never done anything quite like this, but that's one of the reasons why I chose this painting, is to force myself to maybe do something a little bit outside my comfort zone. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pre-mix the background color and pre-mix this crimson color for the shoulders, the sweater. Okay. So how about let's look at the color in the background. So the color in the background is kind of like a dirty blue. That kind of looks like a warm blue. But I think what we can do is we can mix this with our cool blue and cool red and get a muted purple that isn't as saturated as if we used our warm blue. So let's start with that. So let's take our cool blue. Let's make it bigger. We'll make a big mixture, and how much we actually use, that's a whole other thing. So I'm going to take my cool blue and cool red. Let's mix these together. And so because those two colors are very far away, they're going to be much more muted and less saturated than if I used these two colors, which paradoxically are much closer to one another. Our warm blue and cool red are much closer, and we're going to get, if we mix those two, a much brighter, more saturated purple. So that's good, although I'm even going to take a bit of my yellow, bring this in here. That's going to make this color even darker and more muted. It starts to almost get into like a dark, into like a black kind of like color, because it's by doing this. So these two colors are crossing close to the center of the color wheel. I put a bit of that yellow, didn't put a lot in, but it's going to pull that color even closer. It's not going to go right in the middle, it's kind of moving like this, and so you got to be careful. Put too much yellow in here and this is going to go green very quickly. Okay, so this is my first color. That's my purple background. And now we're going to make this crimson. And you know, quite honestly, it's almost like the same thing. Now it is a bit of that's definitely a cool. So you know what I'm going to do to make this color? I'm going to take my cool red. Where should I do? I'm going to put this right here. I'm just going to use my brush that I've just been using, which has got some of that cool blue on it. And actually, you know what? That's pretty much the color right there. Just a lot more cool red in here. That's the color right there. I think this one is a little bit more opaque, so I'm just going to make a much bigger mixture. So I'm going to take my cool red and a little bit more of this cool blue, and just going to mix this up here. My dark kind of purple is going to be very transparent, so I barely need any of it, whereas this one I need a lot more. All right, so I think those two colors, that's pretty much what I want. Now, both of these, I'm going to add glazing fluid in there to make them dry much slower, make the paint more transparent, and I might even put water in these to make them super fluid-like. Wow, there's so many comments. You guys are busy in the chat there. I just want to get started here. Okay. So I've got my colors pre-mixed. I think what I'm about to do is kind of like when I was talking earlier about the way Elizabeth Peyton paints, is kind of, I made the analogy to football, which I'm sure would probably, she'd find highly disturbing. I don't think she's a sports fan. But in the sense that, like, there's a lot of standing around, preparation, and then sudden, intense movement. And then followed by lots of standing around, nothing happening. Okay. So. How do I want to approach this? If I paint this right now, it's going to be fairly transparent, but I want to make sure I capture all those brush strokes. So I'm definitely going to paint this color for the shirt first, and then this on top. But I want to have everything as prepped as humanly possible. Okay, so maybe even the first thing is, how am I gonna do this so that this painting, I can capture this on video? Not ideal because you won't be able to see it from there. It's going to be awkward though for me to do it this way. I mean, ideally, I do it like this. I was thinking the other day I should have put another camera kind of above my shoulder looking down. I think that might have to do. So, how to do this? I'm gonna need to, I don't know if a piece of tape is enough. Okay. Oops. Why is that? This tape does not... One of the benefits of painter's tape is that it can be easily removed from surfaces. But one of the negatives is that it can be easily removed from surfaces because it doesn't stick too hard. Now, while that's working right now, it's also possible after this gets, you know, a little bit of bumps that it is going to move. Is that secure enough? I could use duct tape or something, but then I think that's probably good enough. Famous last words, right? Good enough. I think that's good enough. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. That's fine right there, I think. I think that should do just fine, Michael. Oh, yeah, okay, so next step, we're going to put glazing fluid in both of these. So I'm going to take my satin glazing fluid. Put some glazing fluid in here. And then this, I'm going to put the glazing fluid to the side. So this one here, I'm going to start. Probably should have washed this brush a little bit better. Let's take a bit of this. Okay, there's one, and this one, so now I've put maybe at least double the amount of glazing fluid to paint ratio, so this should make this much more transparent. It's also going to mean this is going to take much longer to dry. So just keep an eye on that. This is probably not going to be dry by the end of today's episode, depending on how thin I apply the paint. And this one, what brush do I use? I'm going to use a bigger brush. And we're going to put a lot of water in here. So this maybe even another lid here. So let's take some water. Not too much. I need two brushes like that. Two big brushes. Okay. So we're going to use one brush here. Let's pre-mix this. I'm going to take my purple blue background. I'm going to mix it into this water. See, this is what happens when we add water to the paint. Look how it starts to kind of turn kind of granular. This is a perfect example of that happening. I mean, I have to mix it in substantially here. Okay, we'll see how well this works. I've no idea. No idea whatsoever how effective it, like, depending on how high this goes, this is going to be interesting. Okay. Even I'm going to get a little bit of water on this brush here. Okay, we ready? It's like the Super Bowl. Okay, everyone's ready for kickoff. Let's go here. Let's start doing this. Okay, so we're gonna apply these colors. I think I got the transparency close. It's not perfect. Maybe even a little bit more transparent than I kind of wanted, but now, if you're doing this with oil paint, well, the oil paint can take weeks to dry. However, at the same time, the mixture she's using is going to make the paint dry much quicker than maybe typical oil paint, because she's using so much turpentine in there that it's going to be very fluid-like. I'm just wondering about these edges up here. I want this paint to go straight down. I don't want it to just run right off the edge here. So let's see. So really hard to. Okay, we'll see if this is how this works. Everybody ready? So. Okay, we're starting to get some of these drips happening. I think it's just a matter of continually applying water here to keep these drips . Now, some of these, especially up on the top of the shoulders, the paint is kind of completely dissolved. So I don't have kind of as beautiful of these kind of spider tentacle, not spider, what would you call them? She's got these very nice, precise little lines there, as opposed to mine are kind of big drips. Oh crap, I just realized that was part of the shirt. Ah, well, it's okay. Okay. Okay, let's see if I use my hair dryer, how that could change things. So I'm gonna mute the audio. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Let's, you can see I'm glad I put a little bit of extra tape there because this just, it's not even sticking anymore. That as that water kind of started to build up back there. Also, you know, I'm glad I'm using a little bit of a better canvas because if this was a dollar store canvas, it would be much thinner, and because it's basically just cardboard in there, and I think there's probably maybe cardboard inside here, it's going to warp very quickly. So it won't surprise me if the bottom of this painting starts to kind of bow a little bit here. So I could experiment for a long time trying to find the perfect ratio of materials in order to kind of recreate the effects that she had in her painting. Actually, let's zoom in a bit. Okay, I think that's good enough, right? It's not perfect, not exactly what I was hoping for. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of these very kind of thin little, I keep thinking like a spider webby type of drips. Oh. There we go. Not bad. The one thing is obviously where the shoulders are, we've got that color has kind of disappeared. So it makes me think, you know, maybe what I could have done or even should have done would be to paint that this color underneath first, blow dry that completely, and then do the drips on top of it. In fact, I'm just wondering, what if I do this again? Is that a bad idea? Like, what if I blow dry this? Okay. Let's experiment here. Okay, so all of this could be just super stupid, but being super stupid has never hurt me before. Or, well, it probably has, actually. I'm gonna make a bit more of an orange color here, like this. I'm gonna use my glazing fluid. See, there's very little paint here. I'm just gonna take this. And this is probably a terrible idea. I see on the original there's a bit of kind of orange. You know why I see a bit of orange and stuff up here around the eyes? Okay, I'm gonna blow dry all of this too. Okay. I'm considering doing the drips again. Is that a stupid idea? Well, I'm gonna let's do it, and then if you watch it and you're like, ah, that was a stupid idea, Michael. I'm glad you did that and not me. Then you can all learn from my mistakes. We got our paint, we got our colors. Just wonder, do I want this? Let's get a bit more. I put a little bit more of that color in here. Let's see if that makes any difference. Okay. I don't think the painting is sloped as dramatically as I originally had it. Okay, I'm going to use my hair dryer to see if that does anything. Okay, that actually works. You know, having the hair dryer there seemed to kind of split these drips into smaller drips. I had the hair dryer at the minimum heat though as well, because I wanted to try to prevent the water from drying before it had dripped, right? I'm gonna do that again because you can see when I don't use the hair dryer, we just get these kind of big, thick drips like I had before. I'm gonna use the hair dryer to see if I can split these into smaller ones. Okay, got a little drip or splatter right in the forehead, which is, you know, happens when you're doing this kind of thing, but I don't know if I want that there. I'm gonna erase that. Now, before I take all this down, I think I'm gonna do I'm gonna take my color for my background. That's kind of cool. I'm digging. I'm vibing this. Okay. I'm just worried about using the hair. It's so wet. If I use the hair dryer, it might just go different areas. So maybe. I love these drips as they formed here. I wish I had got that more happening down here. It might have been happening, but it's so hard to see. Okay. I think that's good. I think what I want to do next is move on to other parts of this and maybe again do a little bit of the hair drying. I think drip is happening around the chin, down the shirt here. So yeah, okay, so just move some of these away. I'm gonna clean up a little bit before I move on and look at some comments that have been building up there in the chat. So that's fun because that's a lot of, you know, it feels like total chaos. It's scary, you know, like it's very hard to manage a situation like that where it's really all about giving up control. When you're allowing those drips to happen, you're inviting chaos into the creative process, which some artists absolutely love. That's a big part of the way they work. And for some artists, that's like the most terrifying, like the least interesting thing they would ever want to do. Like, why would I want to do that to myself? It just sounds like, oh, it stresses me out just thinking about it. So I can totally see some people being like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I already have enough problems trying to keep my paintings on track. That just seems like inviting disaster. And other people are like, oh, this is awesome. Okay, what a breath of fresh air. I can just sort of have fun and I don't have to worry about being perfect. So I'd be interested to hear where where everyone kind of falls along the spectrum there. Okay. So we've got an interesting background started here. It's not exactly like what Elizabeth Peyton did, but I think in spirit we've been able to capture a little bit of that. I mean, I think I've kind of forced it to happen, whereas I think maybe the way that she paints, it's just sort of a byproduct of how she's working. I think she might have been, she painted it and then started seeing those drips and might have been like, oh, I'm going to fix, actually, you know what, that's kind of cool. Let's just leave it. So I don't think she tried to force it in the same way that I just did here. So we're going to work on the face and hair and shirt next. I think the next thing I'm going to do is paint Kurt Cobain's shirt. Now I'm also wondering about the collars. I got this beautiful drips happening on the collar, although this is all kind of white, isn't it? Huh. Okay, interesting problem. So, but I'm going to paint this shirt white here first. I'm also just going to add a little bit of glazing fluid in there just to make it a little bit more transparent. So it's not just pure solid white there. There's a little bit of the background's going to come through. And there's a little bit of color from my brush from the last couple things I was doing. Ooh, that's too transparent. It's not bad for the collar going on. That way I can preserve some of these drips. It's still just a bit too pale. Oops. I was on camera, darn it. I'm also going to do this in his hair as well. Again, I think this is just in terms of the original painting, this is just the exposed canvas here. I don't think she painted this white at any time. Let's blow dry this now. the background is kind of settled, so I'm not so worried about that anymore. So a thought kind of popped in my head that I just wanted to share as a possibility. I was thinking maybe I could use the white that I've just done here and put that over top of the shoulders and see if we can get some of those white drips to happen. But then I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe that's just overkill. Like, maybe what I've got here is good enough. Do I really need to? Do I really want to emphasize that those drips? Well, before I said that, I was like, well, no, that I'm definitely not going to do that. That's stupid. And then now that I'm looking at it, thinking, I don't know, could be cool. Is it such a terrible thing to just try it? I mean, why not, right? We only live once. Let's just go full on nuts. Okay, so let's take this white. I'm going to mix it in here with a little bit of my blue. And maybe I'm going to get a bit more white in here. Okay, I think this is potentially going to be a bad idea, but again, I think there's nothing wrong with experimenting and trying, and you only ever really figure out how good or bad an idea is until you get something on the page to kind of judge against it. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so what I'm gonna let's do this right up top. It's all just dripping off the side. I'm going to Okay. Well, I don't know how I feel about that. I think I mean, I can accept it for sure. It definitely gets a little bit more of the drippy qualities in the original, but it's now maybe more bold than I had expected, because essentially what she's using is she's mixing paint and putting a lot of turpentine into it, and the turpentine is going to dissolve the paint. And so what's happening in her painting is the turpentine is literally kind of erasing the paint as it drips through the crimson color. Whereas what I've got here is the color, especially with that white, it's not erasing as much as just sort of sitting on the top, on the surface. It leads me to want to just go back here. Again, this might be just a terrible decision, but I think sometimes, you know, when it comes to a painting, you can try to force it to be something that it's not, or you can just kind of embrace what's there and make what's there work. So I didn't like how there was this, how it kind of dissolved at the top there, and there was kind of a big empty thing going. So what I'm doing is so it does make it look like that. Do I want to bring that actually further up here, or just let it stay there? Because now that sort of like looks like what epaulets, like on a soldier, you know, like they. In hers, you know, it's basically, it's like the background that's dissolving onto this. Okay, what if I do this? Let's integrate these here. Now you can see in the original, she's sort of like gone down here and just painted that out. So is that a good idea, bad idea? Let's I don't know. I think that's actually kind of cool. I think it's kind of working. Okay, I think that's probably should be good enough, though. I think that I should move on from that step. But that feels cool. That's... So, you know, every time I do one of these episodes, one of the reasons I choose different paintings is that they're going to force me to try different techniques and ideally learn something each time. And I don't usually, when I paint, like... Not that I don't allow drips to happen, but I don't really encourage them. Most of the time when I'm painting kind of a little bit more, less texture. So this is definitely outside of my comfort zone, or not outside my comfort zone, but outside of my range of experience. And that's a good thing. It's good to try it. If it works, it works. Great. Maybe you do more of it, or you're like, I'm never doing that again. Good thing I tried that. It's going to be interesting how this dries. There's a lot of water in here, which will dry faster, but there's a little bit of glazing fluid, so that's going to... We'll see. So I think while that's happening, let's move on to the rest of the face here. So I want to take some browns. I'm going to mix. I'm going to need to mix another brown. I'm going to use a smaller brush. So basically I'm going to remix this brown that I started with earlier. So let's take some warm yellow, a little bit of warm red. It's a bit more on the orangey side than I wanted. And our warm blue. That's a good one. However, I'm also going to make a much darker one here. And then I'm going to make an even darker one. Well, actually not bad. I was going to say way too much yellow, but that's not bad. Wow, I got lots of options now. That's great for different browns. So, where should I start? I think I'm going to go darker first because I might be worried about losing some of my pencil lines here. Although generally the way I would do it would be to go lighter to darker. Since we're sort of doing everything different than I normally do, then let's do it like remember that episode of Seinfeld where George does everything the opposite of his normal instincts? Let's do a little bit of that today. I was like, if every decision I've made has turned out bad, then the only option is to do the exact opposite of what my instincts tell me to do. Okay, so let's take our glazing fluid and our dark brown that I've just mixed. I'm gonna make a black in a little bit, but rather than just going right to black, I'm gonna start with fairly dark brown, considering especially what I've got here. Let's also get a smaller brush. Again, I have to be careful because there's a lot of wet paint here. So, in fact, maybe let's zoom in. We haven't been too close yet on today's painting. Is that in focus? Can't tell. I think that's in focus. Okay. So this is the first time I'm using a small brush for today's episode, so I'm just gonna work my way up. So I don't want to start just with go right into the eyes, because I'm like, I don't know if I feel confident kind of doing that just yet. Let's build up to that point here. So not all of these lines that I'm painting are necessarily exactly there. All right, I'm again taking a little bit of creative freedom here to... Oh, and some of these things I just did aren't even on screen. Okay. I'm going to do this line on the nose, and you can see that it kind of goes up and around. A little bit more glazing fluid, make it a little bit more transparent. Again, always looking at my fingers, not dragging over it. So next up, I'm just going to take some of my warm red. Let's get that on our brush. Glazing fluid. Take some glazing fluid. Put this warm red on here. We got pretty bright lips, but I'm going to opt to start with, rather than just putting that red right on there, I'm going to paint kind of a little bit more transparent. You know, one of the things that can happen is if we, paint these lips too intensely, it'll make him look way more feminine, which again is part of his kind of style to begin with, is kind of crossing some gender boundaries a little bit. I'm just going to take, I'm going to take this purple that I had earlier that I used to help create my background. I'm going to just mix this into this same red here. That's going to give me a pretty dark color. Alternatively, I could just use a little bit of cool blue, mix that directly in here, and I get very, very close. I think all of this, there needs to be a little bit darker. At this moment, I'm just laying things into place. less worried about accuracy or anything at this point here. I'm going to take that same blue, kind of keep it on a little bit more of the transparent side, that's purpley blue. I'm going to paint this. Actually, let's kind of bring these down here. So let's take a look at these side by side at this stage. Alright, so obviously we're going to get darker around the eyes. We're going to put some black in there, but we're also going to do a little bit of some lighter work, like around his cheekbones and stuff. But so we've got the kind of, we can almost consider this as kind of part of an underpainting like process. I'm going to blow dry that. Okay. Coming along. I'm happy with what we've got so far here. Okay, I think next, now that I've got some of those darker values, I'm going to kind of back up a little bit and do some glazing with some lighter browns, like in the hair and neck. Maybe we even want some drips on the neck here too. So which brown do I want to use? This is all dried up already. Oh my goodness. Okay, it is hot in here. My goodness. Okay. Trying to dilute this even more and just clean my brush off as well, or just use a whole new brush. That way it's less about the original colors I used to mix this and just what I've got on my brush. So Again, I like to experiment with parts that are a little bit off the central part of the painting. This probably should be a bit more pinkish, I think. Okay, so let's take a bit of red here. Take a tiny bit of red. I mean, we're talking grains worth of red. Okay, that's good, but that's too much. Let's try it. I'm kind of digging that. It's very, very subtle. This is the great thing with glazing, is I can just make such micro changes to the painting. I'm not even sure how much of this is showing up on camera. Okay, now I do feel like I want to do a little bit of drips down here on the shirt. Which brown do I want to do for that? I think I want a relatively light brown. In fact, I think what I want to do, I'm going to blow dry this, so if I don't like what I'm about to do, I can wipe it all away, no problem. Stephanie says, looks good so far, Michael. Senga says, looking good, Michael. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Heroes. Okay, so I'm muted anyway, but let's mute ourselves again. Try to soak some of this up here. Now they are a little bit of my fear came true here. I think it is a little bit more saturated than I hoped. It does start to kind of look a little bloody right around the neck too, which let's see if I can. I also need a tissue paper here. Take some toilet paper. So what I'm doing is just trying to suck up some of those darker pigments. So it's not quite so bloody and drippy. Let's just see. You know, compared to the original, I might have more drips than the original. That's okay. Yeah, it's fine. That's good. Whatever. I think I don't know if I'm gonna want to do any more drips going forward. That might be done with the drippage, if such a term exists. Although, you know, I feel like I don't like this little ridge there. How can I get rid of that? So while I was using the hairdryer, I was also doing my best to keep it at the lowest temperature, because I didn't want to dry the paint. I just wanted to blow the paint. Okay, that's better. That way I don't have a little line there. It looks more authentic, like the paint just sort of spilled out over that edge. Cool. And maybe with a little bit of this color, since it's so light, I can just do a few more little touch-ups of lighter areas that I want in here. Like, let's say around the nose. feel like some of these oranges that were on the collar, those have disappeared a bit. So let's bring a bit of that orange back. I'm so tempted to put some kind of a line up there on the top of those shoulders, but maybe that's best just to resist that urge, right? I think. So I'm just taking a bit of this, traffic cone orange that I got here, and just putting in a couple of other little places. Let's just give everything a nice little blow dry and then we'll move on. Oh, one of my daughter's parents, one of my daughter's friends' parents. Okay, one of the other kids in my daughter's classroom's parents just texted me to say that their son had said that Edie, my daughter, is his best friend. If any of that makes any sense. Oh, that's pretty. That's so adorable. Oh. What an adorable kiddo. I'm so blessed. Oh. Okay, let's mix a black now. In fact, what's going on here? Okay. We're almost at the end here. I really just want to do a little bit more touch-ups, basically just putting some black into this painting. That's the last step, and I think that's going to kind of make or break the painting. I'm hoping it's going to make it, because I think that little bit of black, especially around the eyes, is going to add a lot more intensity. Most of our attention has been kind of on the bottom half here. Putting that black back up there is going to draw our eyes as viewers back onto the face, as cool as the drips are. So let's look at the original, and Where are we at? Oops, not this. Okay. I think I could probably get rid of my structure for the drips. I don't foresee any more drips happening here, so we can maybe, in fact, let's just go right in here. A bit bigger. Okay, I think that's close. Okay, so let's mix up our black. I'm going to take my warm red, cool blue, and cool yellow. And if I got these ratios exactly right, I'm going to make black. You tell me, just based on this, what color you think we're going to get to. I think this is going to be slightly more brown or purplish, because I don't think there's quite enough blue in here. But let's see, blue is a darker color, so it could affect things. Definitely seems to be a little bit more on the brown side of things, which would tell us we've got plenty of red for sure, and plenty of yellow, but maybe missing a little bit of black. Or, sorry, missing a little bit of blue. So, you know, sometimes when we're doing this, it can be really tricky to see what you've actually got. So I'm just going to take my finger here. Let's put this here. Let's take a little bit of white. Oops, mix those together. I don't know, that's pretty close. If anything, it looks a little bit on the slightly purple side, which would actually indicate maybe I could even put a bit more yellow in there. But I think, you know, having seen that, maybe this is good enough. I think it's good enough. So I'm just gonna wipe away some of the excess paint. Don't want to use a, I'm gonna go to a smaller brush to do this. So again, I'm gonna use glazing fluid. Just gives me a little bit more transparency. So I'm going to try to use these kind of faster brush strokes. And one of the examples I often give is, like, imagine you're golfing. I've never golfed a minute in my life. I've done a little bit of, you know, like mini golf. But you see kind of like golfers kind of practice their swing. And then when they're ready, they step in and do the big swing. Same sort of thing here. I've got paint on my brush. And then I kind of figure out what it is I want to do. That might even mean turning the canvas so it's more comfortable, ergonomically makes sense. And I put that brush stroke down. Right, the great thing with glazing food. Don't like what I've done, I can just wipe it away. And if that's just left a little bit of residue, actually I don't mind that. I'm just gonna do it again. Alright, so you can already see the personality just starting to kind of explode onto the canvas like that. With those darker lines. I'm almost well, do I want to put black on those lips? I don't know about that. Just look a little bit higher in the hair. Oh, that's as high as we go there. Okay, is there any more solid black anywhere? I don't think so. Okay. Let's back our painting back out. Now there are parts, let's say, on the lips. So let's take some of this black. I'm going to move it right into this dark purple that I created earlier. I'm just going to mix this in here. Maybe take a bit of warm red in there so it's not so cool. Taking some warm red. My brush is kind of dirty, which I like. I kind of like that it's not just pure warm red. I'm going to take this same dark red that I used there for the top lip, and I'm just going to mix again with that black that I've got. I'm just going to come in here. This needs to be even darker. Just going to take my brown from earlier, same brown I used for a bunch of the hair. I'm just going to mix lots of glazing fluid into this. Starting to get pretty close here. I'm gonna mix a gray. So I'm gonna take my white here, and black. Getting pretty sticky. Just mix this up. It's a bit too dark. a little highlight on the lips, or on the eyes. That always helps. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry this. I feel like maybe I need to darken a bit around the eyes. His eyes feel like really intense in the original, and mine feel not quite as... don't quite have that same level of intensity. Also, there's something about this jawline that I think I want to correct. Is that a bad idea? Let me see. Remember I said I preserved some of this color from the very beginning. Let's see, I'll paint over that. I'm just going to take my black and just do a little bit more on these top, darken that top eyelid. Hands are getting dirty and I'm making spots on my painting here. Okay. Saying I got a fright. What was the fright? Me making fingerprints and stuff all over the middle of the painting. Okay, everybody, we have arrived at the final stage of these episodes where we're going to do a comparison, see how these paintings stack up side by side, and you can tell me in the comments how you feel they turned out. Just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. It doesn't cost you a penny, but helps the channel immensely. We're approaching 50,000 subscribers over the next few months, or actually over the next few weeks, I would imagine. And almost 4 million views over the next month or two. So that's just boggles the mind. If you want to support the channel with a couple dollars to help keep the lights on and help me pay for the internet, just as a heads up, I'm not making money off of these things. It's definitely a money-losing proposition for sure. But I do it out of love, and I want more people to feel confident with making art, and I think if we're all making art, we're going to make a better, more peaceful planet. So if you want to help support the channel, you could leave a small donation via PayPal, a couple dollars, and that's what it looks like. If you scan that QR code, you could safely, securely donate to support the channel. Other ways you could support the channel is through email or through a check in the mail. And those links to my website and also to the Facebook group are down there below, and that's where you can find my email. Additionally, if you want to join the Facebook group, I strongly suggest you do so. Scan this QR code, enter in this web address. There's the whole Facebook direct address down there below. You can do that. And you'll arrive at something that looks kind of like this, and upload whatever you've created today, whether it's a Elizabeth Peyton painting of Kurt Cobain, or something else you've been working on, or even one of the drawings from our beginner drawing class that I did 5 years ago that's got millions of views. I still give people free feedback on how to improve those. So, let's look. There's the original, and then there's mine side by side. Obviously, there's some major differences, and that's what we're going to talk a little bit about now. You know, it's funny, like, I don't know, like, something looks a little bit different on camera than it does in person. Like, in person, I'm like, that looks great. I'm really happy with it. But I'm also looking at it from kind of from below. Like, I feel like maybe in the jaw here, you know, Elizabeth Peyton's given him a bit more of a chiseled jaw, right? Especially kind of right around here. I could touch that up, but whereas mine, his jaw maybe even looks a little bit too big and too round. That's what I was fussing about there about 20 minutes ago. All in all, I think that's fine. Same sort of thing with the eyes. Like, in person, I'm really happy with the way that looks. On camera, I feel like it looks almost a little bit too dark. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. So let's just sort of zoom in, and let's just do a little tour around the painting. Okay, so let's whoa. I'll go all the way down here. Okay, so you can just kind of see a little bit closer up on the way that the drips happened here. I do think using the hairdryer really helped. Otherwise, before I used the hairdryer, I was getting big, thick drips. The one thing is, you know, the shoulder edge has now been kind of covered up. I really restrained myself from maybe painting a line back on top of there, and just figured, you know what, I'll just let the kind of this bit more opacity of those drips act as the shoulder. Not a big deal, but it's a difference. But you know, yeah, it's fine. In terms of colors, I think they're pretty close. I'm pretty happy with those colors. You know, so technically, again, that would be where the shoulders are, at least in her painting. Whereas they've been just basically obliterated with the way that I painted it. Let's maybe look at the neck. collar of the shirt. You know, I've got more drips here than she had on hers. Not a bad thing, but just a little bit different. Mine are definitely more opaque than hers. I was kind of rushing a little bit, and so that's why we get that effect. I don't mind it. It's once everything else got done, it feels better. When I initially did it, I was like, oh, I don't know. That's starting to kind of look like blood, like he's been decapitated. And if you know a little bit about how he died, that makes it kind of untasteful. So, but I think as more of the painting got kind of filled in there, that kind of thing seemed to kind of disappear or become maybe less strong of a association. The other side, yeah, I think it's great. Again, I just love the way that those on hers, the way that the drips functioned. I think it's just gorgeous. Didn't quite work out so well over here, but you know, it's okay. Different, not necessarily worse, but just different. Okay, let's go up to the top here. Color-wise, oh, I see I could have maybe had a few more colors in my background. I don't have that, but it's okay. That's fine. The main thing is, I think, just getting the brushiness there. I think that's good. And then last but not least, we'll look at the face. Well, maybe we've got, you know, one of the things, just before I do that, is you can see at the top of the head there, you know, the original painting is kind of cut off right about what there, right? If we think of... So I had more space basically to fill in the top of his head. I don't know. It feels maybe like it could be... I don't know. Actually, I think it's fine. Essentially, what I feel like that is like the roots from the dyed hair might be more visible there. I think that's kind of what we're seeing. And then just lastly, the face itself. I feel like in mine he looks a little bit stronger, more physically imposing. Whereas in hers, Kurt Cobain looks a little bit thinner, a little bit more delicate, maybe even a bit more feminine. And that's just one of the wonderful things that she's able to do with her art that is more difficult for me. I also feel like this hair is coming down a little bit lower. I think that's something that I could just do a couple more quick brush strokes on here. Ooh, is that a bad idea? No, I think it's okay. It's always hard to stop a painting. Or to stop painting a painting, I should say. Although, I guess it's pretty hard to stop a painting because, you know, like, they can run pretty fast, right? So... The police on the street pulled over another speeding painting. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Good enough for government work, as my grandfather used to say. So, let's back them out. Come on. Okay, not bad for a few hours painting. Really did that in about 2 hours or so, because I blathered on for so long. Okay, well, thank you everyone for painting along with me today and keeping me company as always. It's always such a pleasure to have guests from around the world keeping me company, sharing funny stories and making me laugh. Stephanie says the blow dryer was not muted. I think I did that once, yes. Frightened you for a second. My apologies. Okay, everyone, thank you so much once again. Again, remember, the more art you're making, the more you're talking about art, thinking about art, collecting art, the more that you're spreading the beautiful power of art throughout your life and your family and your community. And I think the more art we're making, the more peaceful our world would be. Just imagine if people like Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin took a painting class or a poetry class, or learned to play violin. How much better our world could be. How much less death and destruction there would be, and how much more production there would be. How much more productive and beautiful our world would be. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you in our next episode, which I think is also going to feature Elizabeth Peyton as a drawing episode. So we'll see you guys again soon. Have a wonderful night. Take care. Bye-bye.